Hello, hello. Testing one, two, three. Okay, let me test. Uh, tu- 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 tu. Hello, hello. Okay, seems like we are live. All right, cool. Let me check. I also made that part here as well. Uh, are we live here? Yep, we are live. I should also make this thing stop and this to headphone. Now let's test. Okay, this is working. Hopefully this is also working. Okay, good. This is working as well. And what about kick? Kick is working as well. Good. So yeah, we are good to go. All right. So let me just open Excel draw. I'll remove this. I'll remove this. Cool. All right. So let me set some context for this video. First of all, my voice is not going to be fine because I'm not feeling well. I have cold. It's God knows what degree it is. Let's see. Temperature. Temperature now. So it's 16 degrees Celsius where I am. And it's not the temperature per se, absolute temperature. It's the relative temperature between morning and evening, or morning and night. It's the difference which takes a toll on the body. Just drinking my coffee. Okay, so what are we going to do today? Okay, let me say. So here's the context for this video. I'm going to be building a PHP framework from scratch. It will be absolutely minimal framework, not how you see Laravel, WordPress. No, those things are kind of like extremely well built, battle tested, things like that. It's just an exercise um, to see how much I have kind of like picked up PHP, and then simply from the next, you can say I will be trying Laravel as well eventually down the line. So, but this is the last PHP video. After that, it won't be PHP per se, just like there's no JavaScript in this channel. It will be one of those frameworks, especially Laravel or Next or Angular and things like that. So again, we will be back to our usual. But I like to do deep dives like this. Maybe someday, eventually, JavaScript will be a part of it. Okay, just to people who don't know, let me check. Yeah. Okay. So for the people who don't know, this channel actually is just kind of like it's a JavaScript basically focused, but I'm also trying PHP and other things as well. Especially Golang is what is next in my it's next. Let's just put it that way. All right. So let me set the context for this PHP context. Okay. PHP context. Here's what we are going to do. I'll just make it like so, and here. First, we will understand about like what text editor we are going to use. So I will be using, first of all, here's what we are just going to do. Um, Build a framework from scratch. That's one. Use it to build a PHP, a task manager. That's it, right? And the task manager will be very basic. So it will have a task. It will have the feature to upvote, downvote, and it will have auth. Those things. Obviously, there will be images. So for that, we will be using ImageKit. Um, and our DB will be PostgreSQL, and we will be deployment. So deployment, I have few areas. One is since I don't have VPS with me, so there will be no Dockerized container format for deployment, but we will be doing Docker Compose as well in local. So I'll show you how to do that in local with, let me just check, with PHP, Nginx, and PostgreSQL. Okay, but what we will do is we will deploy using render. So that means separate PHP application and separate PostgreSQL service. Hopefully this will work. Okay, so last time I also had Helix editor with me. So if I just open it, okay. Okay, time to time I will be pausing this, going here and, you know, removing the audio so that you cannot hear me cough. It's extremely bad. Okay, so we have our projects. Let's go with live. Last time we did build anime cards, but we are not going to do that. We are going to say one thing. Let's see, we will build something called scribbles. Okay, let's go inside scribbles. No, let's move the scribbles to Taskify. Yeah, let's do that. Don't know the name, but yeah. Once I have this Taskify, I can open HX, and this will be my entire editor, and then I can start, working on it. But the problem with this and tutorial is that there's so many shifting that happens, even though I can actually code it. So for example, I can just say index dot say index.php, then I can go here, I can select index.php, then I can start typing about it, and then I can say php info, then here we go, here we say format, we write this, and simply we can quit, we can go with this localhost, and then I can just go here, go to 8080, and here we are, right? So we can do this, no issue. Thing is, I can do this, but the way it flips, even though it's good for me as a person who is coding, it's not good for people who are just here to see what I'm doing. It's like too much speed. I won't say it's speed, it's too much context change between my flows, so that the file structure I'm not able to follow. Let's put it that way. When I see any tutorial people and they are using nvim, newvim, vim, or anything else, I'm just not able to follow. Hope that makes sense. So I will assume that's the case for other people as well, that they also are not able to follow. So we will use some sort of like a GUI text editor. Okay, cool. So for that, I do have something. Let me just open it. I'll close this for now. Okay, so what I have is PHP. Um, here we go. Okay, so what I have is PHP Storm, and I was doing some sort of like Scribble OOP part of it. So I'll just close this project, right? And I'll go and open that particular project. So here we go. Scribbles live, and let's go and see Scribbles. Where's this Taskify? Okay, here we go. I'll just open that, and this is it. So this is our text editor, PHP Storm. In case you don't know what that is, you can use VS Code if you want, but you can go to JetBrains. You can go to PHP Storm. There's no community edition for it, but it does have 30 days trial, which will be enough, because this is, if you want to follow it, this is extremely, 30 days is enough to learn anything and learn about the editor, whether you want to use it or not, and pay for it. Since I have the subscription for it, so I'm just going to pay for it. Okay, and this is our file. Let's remove it. Cool. So first thing first, what I want is, to be honest, I simply want, let's see, I want to open the terminal. Let's see, open. Here we go. Okay, I'll start with few things. See, when I'm building anything, regardless of in Next.js or here, I want to put whatever I'm building first and foremost. I want to deploy it, right? It should work. Okay, so that's the criteria that I follow, and this is where I can actually go and talk about the problems of PHP ecosystem. PHP ecosystem problems. Okay, if you are a person who is in PHP ecosystem, you might not know, but in the JavaScript ecosystem, you can take a app from local to production, right, in 5 minutes. Thanks to Vercel, thanks to other services. That is not the case. So much so in that simplicity I found in PHP ecosystem yet. But that's what we are trying to, we'll try here using Render. Now, Render is a cloud application platform, and hopefully this will help us. Okay, so I'll just give it authentication. Cool, and this will be our web service. So I will try to do something here. Okay, so that's that. Fusion is something that I think Aaron is building, which is kind of Aaron Francis, Steve Duenito, and other people are building. I'll look into it later. Okay, so here's the thing, DX is an issue. And when I say DX, I mean local to prod is still a headache for students, as it requires some money. It requires backend, DevOps, little knowledge, and like minimum $5, which is too much for vast majority of students outside US, or let's say EU, right? That's the case. That's just the case, which doesn't exist in JavaScript ecosystem, thanks to solutions like HoppyPlan in Vercel. So, and Next.js. Let's be honest, Next.js. Vercel is in that way, it's a good company that if you are a student, you need an online platform where you can showcase your proof of work, and that's something that JavaScript ecosystem have just nailed it. Okay, which is not the case with any other ecosystem, not PHP, not with that ease, not PHP, not Golang, not blah blah blah. You get the gist. Okay, so that's one. And second is, everything good requires money. So for example, this PHP Storm is one of the best IDEs for PHP. But if you go here, PHP Storm, and you see the pricing for individual use, this is what you're going to pay. And if you add this, then it's this, the AI. Let's remove the AI, but its license is good. So for the first year, you pay this. Basically, it's this. Now, I'll just show you what it means. This is the Indian rupee. And let's see, average Indian mean salary of all Indians. And this per month is the average, not this. This per month is the average Indian mean salary. Let me just put it in perspective. INR. Let's put it this way. Calc. God damn it. Calculator. Okay. So we saw it's 20,000. 20,000, right? See what is the case. If I remove this 20,000. Now, among this 20,000, you have a family of 4. Let's say you are paying 6,000 in rent, and this is very conservative number. So where I live, it's 14,000 in rent, right? But my salary is good, so is that okay? But let's say 6,000 in rent, then you have 4,000 children fees per month, then you have medicals, then you have like what, some savings, or some, you are giving something. So let's say 2,000 extra, and then what you're left with is this. And this is extremely liberal estimate. To be honest, nothing is left. So if you have to buy something like this, and if you are professional, what you have to do is save for approximately 3 months to get one. So this is too much, and I'm pretty sure that's the case for other people around the world as well, who are not living in dollar terms. PPP scenario, and JetBrains doesn't offer PPP scenario, right? But this is not the real part. The real part is that you also have to have IDEA plugin. So now this is your price. See, it is going to be on a very liberal estimate, this. And if I have to go conservative estimate, so I'll say approximately you are looking at full 6 months salary or 8 months salary, right? That's assuming you get, that's a mean, by the way, which means at the middle. When I started my journey, I was getting 6,000 per month, 6,000 INR, rupee per month. So if you have to understand what that means to USD, I was getting this per month. And this is assuming this, but in reality it was just 75 or something back then. So I was getting, let me just put it this way, okay, and it was 75, this, right? So I was getting $80 per month of 2018-2019 scenario. And this I was getting after working for 9 hours, 6 days a week in terms of hours, right? That's 54 hours per week work. And that also included back and forth traveling. So assume it was 10 hours per month, per day. So that's the reality, and therefore PHP ecosystem has this flaw of that everything good requires money. Now you can definitely have VS Code and all bunch of IntelliFans, which is free, which is much better than back then in 2018-2019. Okay, so that's good part. You can install a VS Code, and then you can also start doing like install IntelliFence language server in it. It's an extension and that will work. So I'll show you what I mean. So if I open it using VS Code, okay, you can go here and you can type for PHP and look for IntelliFence. Just install this, and for the most part as a student you will be good in 2025. So that's a good thing. Okay, so that's a good thing. Good. All right, what's next? Everything requires, so editor requires good money. If you want to be good, then what? Deployment requires good money because you need to own a VPS. You need to know some sort of like a DevOps for sure. Okay, but let's see what we should be doing. Cool. Which makes me jump to segment number 2. This is not a diss. This is just a little bit of, it's 2025, some sort of, I think Laravel Cloud is about to be here. We'll see. 24th Feb, we'll see what happens. Okay. Now, let me just start with what we are going to do. A little bit of introduction in terms of what we're building and a little bit of knowledge that you need before we start building that. Cool. So PHP actually, or for that matter, to be honest, any language requires some sort of like an engine for it to work, for it to actually parse that particular language. So PHP language requires some sort of like a web server. Okay, PHP requires web server, and there are 2 web servers. So I'll just start with this. PHP requires web server to run it. Okay, now there are 2 web servers. One is Apache 2, other is Nginx, which is also acts as a reverse proxy, which you don't have to worry about as a beginner. So this is the reality. Okay, and then you also have a little bit of inbuilt server. So PHP inbuilt web server, which I did right now, right? This is inbuilt web server. So at least now it comes with that, and there's that. Okay, so I mean, it's an old thing, but we can use it, but it's very minimal. If you want like battery charge, what you're going to be using in production, it's either Apache 2, which is open source, or Nginx, which is proprietary. Kind of like open source, but yeah, you get it. So this assume that this is our web server. So we will say this is Nginx. Okay, that's number 1. Within that, you will have an interpreter. This will be your PHP interpreter. Let's see, interpreter. Yeah. So this means that you have a web server, but in order for that web server to actually understand what you're doing, it needs that interpreter. Most of the web servers come from built-in PHP, things, and you have to install that language, so to speak. Languages has to be there. So that's why we will have to have PHP installed. So if you check, I have the PHP installed, and if you check, I don't have Nginx. Doesn't matter because I was using this inbuilt web server. Okay, and this is not NTS basically means there's a thread. This means thread, and this means non-thread something. So I mean, S doesn't mean something. I mean, just assume this is non-threaded something version. Okay, and then we write the code, and our web server actually parses that code and displays everything in real time. So that means if you are a user, okay, you're a user, what you do is let me just make it like so. So if you are, okay, that makes much better. If you are a user, you visit our site, okay, This site of PHP is always a server. So it's basically server side rendering always. That's what PHP is. It's a server side rendering always. So you hit a server. Let me just mark it as server. Okay. So this always is server side rendering. That means every request makes the server, or basically the server, parse the entire file again and again. So let's say this is index.php. This is parsed again and again. Every request parsing happens. Okay. And of course you have caching, things like that. So that also works, op cache, mem cache, things like that. But for our simplicity, it will be like this. And every request, there's a new PHP like environment is created. It does its work, and then environment is destroyed. Hope that makes sense. So that means the PHP connection has to be rebuilt again and again. So there's also some sort of like fast PHP ecosystem that within the PHP ecosystem that is coming up. I think it's some sort of like Octane or something. So I can close this. Let's see, PHP Octane. If I remember, Laravel Octane, yeah. So supercharges your PHP application performance by saving your application in high-powered application servers. Franken PHP, OpenSol. This is the thing. OpenSol boots your application once, keeps it in the memory, and then feeds it request at supersonic speed. What happens in normal PHP application is it boots again and again and again. Okay, every request, new PHP kind of like mini application is booted, and then you see something. Okay, if you want to learn, you can learn and go here and do that. Okay, cool. So this is the basics. All right. So now, I mean, this is a web level basics. Now let's start with the PHP. So in our PHP, I'll show you a few things and then we'll go with the deployment. Just a little bit of table or indexes. Okay. We will talk about price ecosystem issue. We did it. Sorry, I should have done it at the beginning. We will talk about web server. We will see some normal quick syntax. This is not a course per se. This is just a revision and then building things from scratch. And then we will deploy our application on render. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. Then we will build framework. Okay, finally we will deploy it all and we will dockerize it in separate branch. Okay, so this is the case and this is done. Like I said, this is not a tutorial per se. This is done. Now let's start with this work in progress. Okay, a little bit of syntax. Let me just zoom this thing out. So I'll say font, increase font size. Here we go. I'll just make it like so. Okay, hopefully this is much better. 20. So if you can, so at the root of all PHP application, you need to have something called index.php. Okay, one more thing. If you want to follow along, what you should do is, the best way is just go to Laravel herd, type that, go here. If you're on Windows or if you're on Mac, just go to this laravelherd.com and download it, run it, and you should be good to go. Right? You can just look at its features. So it provides Nginx, PHP, MySQL, Redis, and everything. You can have multiple of them. And if you go to documentation, it's free. don't download Hurt, don't go with this. And what you need to do is sites. Now, once you have opened it, you need to go to general, right? This, and in the Hurt paths, just add a path and add any path where you are going to be working. So for example, here the default is sites within the Hurt config valid sites, but you can also have, so for example, my, let's say this, I want to add this part. I can just simply add this inside this Hurt, and then within this directory, if I have any folder, so for that means Taskify, right? So this Taskify will be available to me in the form of taskify.test. Okay, that's what you will be able to do once you have this. So just install it. Don't worry about XAMPP, MAMP, VAMP, whatever. Okay, and if you're on Linux, what you can do is you can go to php.new. It's a light version. It also works for Mac. Pretty much it also works for Windows, but then you will not have Nginx installed. Okay, this is basically my setup right now because I'm using WSL. So what I did was I came here, I selected the Linux and I copied it and just paste and run. And end of the time, once this is complete, you will have PHP Composer and Laravel. We simply need PHP. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, once you have that, you can just run PHP version and you will see something like this. And then you know you're good to go. You create a folder, and within that you create an index.php file. Index.php file is necessary because it is in this file that whatever you write, it's basically a root file. Index.html, index.php, index.htm, whatever. Okay, hope that makes sense. So once you're inside the index.php file, remember this file is being served by PHP web server or Nginx or Apache, which means you can actually write HTML here. Okay, so for example, I can just simply say this is my HTML, and I can say this is my HTML from index.php. Okay, and then let me just close it. I'll just be here, and then I can say run it php/S localhost dot 8080. So this is where you want to run this particular folder, or where you want, this is inbuilt server. That's what this is all about. This flag is about, and this means just serve this particular folder using the PHP inbuilt server on this port. Once I have this, I can just click on it. Okay, and I'll zoom it out. So you can see this is my PHP web server. Well, I mean that index.php file. Turns out in PHP can just run HTML without any worries. As a matter of fact, you can see it also can do styling. So if I do style and if I say body, I can have body background of say 33 text, color as white. Just save it, reload it, and here you go, right? So what's happening here? Well, what's happening is this web server of PHP or Nginx or Apache, it goes to this file when you hit this particular this particular domain. When you hit on that, it sees, okay, there's an index.php file, but it does not find anything related to PHP. So it says, okay, all I need to do is send this entire thing to the user. And once it is sent, then remember, HTML is passed by the browser, CSS is passed by the browser, and JS is passed by the browser. So you can also write JS, by the way. So in this, like before the closing of body, you can have script, and then you can also have alert. I am JS. Close it, save it, refresh it. It's here. Okay, so this is like fine. This is just better I'll just right click, disable it. Okay, this is fine, this is better, we get it, fine. But this is not PHP. This is what PHP can do. Now, if a bell is ringing in your head, which means, does that mean that I can switch between HTML and PHP? You're right. That's exactly what PHP is capable of doing. It's kind of like JSX, but it is not JSX. Turns out JSX is XML format, if I'm correct. But anyways, back to this. So how do you write PHP? Okay, so here's how you write about it. You open curly brace, you open this bracket, this triangle bracket, then question mark, and then PHP. Now anything you write here is PHP. Okay, and if you close it, then whatever you write here is HTML. But to be honest, you shouldn't be closing it, right? If you don't have anything in a file which is like apart from PHP, just don't close it. There is some sort of like a session header issue that eventually happens, so you don't want that to happen at all. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. All right, so now if I type for within this PHP, what I'll do is I'll just start explaining things extremely fast. Okay, one, this is comment. So you need to write, if you want to write comment, just double slash and you say this is comment. We go back, we come here, refresh, there's nothing here because that's what is comment. Okay, you can have multi-line comments, which is like so. This is a multi-line comment. Again, this is comment, so it will not be here. Cool. Now, if you want to declare a variable, you have to start with dollar. Every variable starts with dollar. You cannot have name equals code dusting. If you do that, anyways, you can see the ID is also complaining, can't use temporary expression in right context, but you can also, refresh it and you will see unexpected token equals to, because this is not how the variables start. If you want to start a variable, you need to start with dollar sign. Once you do that, this goes away. Okay, no longer an error. You have to refresh again and again. Just make sure of that. There's no build setup here which auto refreshes. In Laravel it is, but not here. Okay, thankfully I'm speaking. Okay, now this is your name. You can also have age, which is 29 or 20, let's say 30. Yes, so this is string. If you see here, it is string. It is able to, figure it out. And this is number, int, it's able to figure it out. If you make it like 24, it's able to figure it out float. So it has int, float, and things like that. Again, we are not going to go deep into it because this is not a crash. This is not kind of like a course as in a course. And yeah, but that does not mean that you cannot reassign it. So you can say name equals 30. Now, if you print it, to print anything in PHP, you write echo and name, whatever the variable is, or whatever the string is, or directly, right? So let's start with this name. Go back, save it, go back, here it is. So by default, it's understandable that this in any sense whatsoever is not a strict type. Okay, cool. What about if you have to make it strict? You can write it as lex, but you see that this is showing as expected some sort of like a semicolon. So this will not work. Now, there's another way of printing this. You can also have print, open it, or print, open this, and name. Go back, write it, reload it, it's here. You can also have print r, reload it, it's here. Now, the difference between print and print r is quite simple. Let's say you have name, and rather than it being a string or number, it is basically an array. You open it like this, right? And then here you can have a bunch of values. Let's say code dusting. Let's say code dusting Vasu Srivastava. Okay, you have this. Now you want to, I have, by the way, saved it. Go back, refresh. It says array to string conversion is not available, right? Conversion happened. It is not what we want, but we want to print this, right? Print actually does everything in string. So if you don't have a string, you use _r, then refresh, and now you are able to print it. There is another way, which is var dump, which is what you're going to be using for the most part, because it has much more information, as in it is an array of two elements where the first index is a string of 12 characters, which is this. The second is a string of 15 letters, which is this, characters, this, right? So that's what you're going to do it. How about pretty print? Well, to pretty print it, you have something like echo. You pre the echo and then you close the echo. In case the bell is ringing, yes, this is HTML tag. Echo any HTML tag is possible. Okay, now just refresh it. Now it will be like this. As a matter of fact, what most people or most we will do eventually is write a function, say dd, you write this thing, and here you write the value, and then here you write the value. And once this is done, you also do die. Die is basically going to kill the script, which means anything that happens afterwards is not going to be available. So let's go at the top. This is my dd value. This is what I want to print. Let's also have hello world at the end, and let's see what happens. This is being printed just fine, but before that I'll say die. I'll just pass name. Now what you'll see is the expression is unreachable statement. PHP Storm is capable of predicting that. So if you just go refresh, this will happen, and then it will simply die. If I remove this, then this will be possible to actually go and look into it. Okay, so these are extreme basics. Now you also saw that we can actually add a function using this keyword called function name, value, and so on. We also have something called lambda function, which we might not be using. So if we are going to use it, I'll let you know. But to be honest, for the most part, I don't think we will. It's one of the things that you use it when it's required, otherwise you don't. Okay. All right. Then you also have something on class. So you can have class of person, where you can go ahead and write basically private variable, protected variable. In case you don't know what these means, then public variable, which is say date of birth. Then you need, it's basic classes, OOP concept. You need to go and look into it if you want. This is not a course for it. Like I said, this is not a course. Then we have function. This is extremely fast revision type PHP, and then start jumping into framework from scratch for the people who have PHP knowledge, beginner PHP knowledge, intermediate PHP knowledge, let's call it that. So any class can has to be defined using, let's say, person. Let's call me as code testing. So that's one person. So it will be new person. Okay. Anytime you define a person or you call this, how to put it? So this class, let's go back to Accelerator just to explain. So there are two things. One is class. One is object. Okay. There is a difference, by the way. So you see, I'll just put it like this, and then I'll start. Okay, so class is a blueprint. What do I mean by that? Think of a die. Think of a die That's a blueprint. That's a class. What do I mean by that? Well, think about this. Die. No, not this. Die printing. Yeah, here you go. You see this? This thing is a blueprint. Okay, whatever it is, this is kind of like a blueprint. Let's come here. Let's also go and tools. Let's see usage rights, collect commercial, and yeah, here. Okay, so this thing or this thing or this thing, all of these printing things, these are dies, right? Some die should be here which is saying Cuttlebug. This is a die, this is a die, something like that, right? So it's kind of like a blueprint. Hopefully that's explainable. So with one blueprint you can create bunch of things, objects out of that blueprint. It's that simple. In case, so class is a blueprint, this is like a real thing, right? I'll show you what I mean. So when I say person, that person is a blueprint that defines every single individual on this planet Earth who is a human, right? So that also includes me, that includes you. So a person is kind of like a noun. Okay, class is a noun. Whatever you name it, it's noun. A person is a noun, which is not. So there are also two types of noun, right? There's a common nouns and there's this. If I'm correct, common noun and something like that. It's been so long since I did English. Noun types. Yeah, there's a proper nouns, common nouns, collective nouns, abstract nouns, concrete. We don't have to care much about it. Person or the class names should be common nouns, right? And the object is kind of like a proper noun. So class person. Person means me, you, regardless of a bunch of other, me, you, and pretty much all the humans on this planet. So what are, and then these are called properties of that common noun. Okay, so imagine you have a person. What are the common properties that makes a person a person? Well, here's what they do. And by the way, private, protected, public, these are the visibility things. So not going to go much into it, but let's start, just use protected every time. Okay, so let's see. A person can have a name, he, she, right? Now there's also gender. That means, so person can have a gender. Then protected, person has an age, person has a birthplace, right? Person, not this protected person also has a date of birth. Person has, like, what other properties? Height. What all properties can be? Weight, right? Is healthy, right? And so on. So these are all properties of a person, and you know that it can be too many, right? Disability, what else? Place of birth, profession, things like that. Okay, so this a common noun. Properties are basically all the things that particular common noun can possess. And then you have a bunch of methods. Methods are basically verbs, aka actions. So what can a person do? Okay, first of foremost, when a class is created, when a person is created, what are all the properties that that person should come with? Okay, so that you can think of it this way. When a human is born, what are all the properties within what I have defined is auto-selected? Or let's say at level 0, what are all the properties a human is born with, right? So that will be a part of a method, which is a pre-built method, underscore construct. So when you construct a person, when you give birth to a person, what are all the things they are born with? Well, name is not one of those things, they are not. What they are born with, however, is, let's say, gender, which we can have enum or we can have a string. Now here you see that a string is possible, right? Scalar type hints are only allowed in PHP. Okay, so what I have to do is more action. I'll go and okay. So one thing I have to do is go to settings. No, set PHP. Okay, I'll go with PHP here and I'll set this to 8.4. This is set PHP in the setting. I simply tap to double shift, set PHP, went to this, selected this, and I'll also select the interpreter, which is WSL. WSL Ubuntu, not here. I have it where, so I need to go here. I'll type where is PHP. Sorry, PHP. I'll simply just copy this whole thing, paste it right this way, and now I have it. Apply, okay, apply, okay. Now I can use string. Maybe that's why I was not able to use string here as well. Let's see, name. No, that's not the case. Anyways, so this is gender. Okay, a person is born with gender, because when a person is born, they are born with gender, and definitely they are born with age, which is int age, and default will be 0. Okay, cool. Of course they are born with birthplace. So I'm hoping you are able to understand what I'm trying to do here, right? And then date of birth is also a part of their so-called birth, right? And whether they are healthy or not. So a boolean, bool is healthy. Okay, now these values are what we will define here when we are going to define a person who is just born. So that means they are coming from outside, they are not a part of this, they are different from here. Okay, which means that we have to simply say define it here, gender equals gender. Okay, you need, in order to get this value, you need to say $, this, and then dash this thing, and then what, this is an ID, so it will give me this things, but let's say age, whatever the variable name is, and then this. So I will do the same thing for others. So it's basically this, and then this dash, and then greater than bracket. Hopefully that makes sense. Then birthplace equals birthplace. Then this will be my date of birth equals date of birth. And finally here it will be is healthy equals is healthy. Okay, so now you can see here it is saying that it requires a bunch of parameters. All right, this is me just defining a class blueprint. Now we have to define a person, because remember, a person is a common noun. That means this is a blueprint. This is what a human is supposed to be, or supposed to have a bunch of properties which they are born with, and we are just having a construct by default function or method within a function within a class is called method. Just that. Because we have this, now we need to birth a person. Let me have my water as well, and then later a little bit while medicine. Okay, so here's a person. Now I need a person 1. Okay, let's call it baby 1. A new baby is born, so the new baby is a person, let's say they are male, then their age is 0, obviously. Date of birth is today, so let's see, we can have the date of birth as birthplace. Let's say it's India. Then date of birth, let's say it's 2020 50101. And are they healthy? True. All right, so that's person 1. Okay, that's baby 1. Let's say baby 2. Okay, baby 2 is a new person. Let's say they are female. Their age is also 0. Their birthplace, let's say, is USA. And they are also born on the same date. And let's also make them true because I don't like dead babies. Okay, now we have this. Now, if we want to, by any chance, display it, what should we do? Well, we have var dump. We can have baby 1 and we can have baby 2. Okay, let's refresh it. And it says optional parameter age declared before required parameter is healthy. Okay, let's see. Optional parameter cannot be the first thing. I mean, if you want it to be an optional, you can have basically you can just have it like so, right? And then define it. But let's put it like this way, and now we will not have anything. So you can see this is what we have. Now, like I said, we will do a DD. So pre ego slash pre. Here we go. So this is an object of person 1 with a name of null because they are just born. They don't have a name. The gender is male. Age is int of 0. Gender has 4 string letters. Birthplace, date of birth, height is not there, weight is not there. They are all obviously born with this because if you are in medical hospital, these will be known. They are actually measured. Is healthy is part of these. Okay, same with this. So I hope this is clear as well. This is how the entire thing works. Now, if you want to have another method, which is say set or namakaran, right? This is, by the way, a Sanskrit word which means assigning name. It's a ceremony. So now you have a new name which is coming up, and all you have to do is name equals whatever the name is, right? So what you can now do is you can assign baby 1. You can call this method using the same arrow greater than this arrow, and then you can say namakaran, and then you can assign this guy a name. Let's say Rahul. Same with this. Okay, this is going to be baby 1, not baby 2, because baby 1 is only declared. Now let's say baby 2 namakaran, let's say Emily. You can switch the genders if you want. Now we have this right here. Okay, so that's the method. All right, so this should be enough for our extremely quick revision. This should be enough. Okay, now we are going to go with where are we? This is done. I mean, these are the syntax. Again, like I said, if you are new to PHP, this video is not for you. If there is a previous video where I was just going through the entire thing one by one, you can watch that, or you can have there's a channel called Programming with Geo. They have the best, and I'm not kidding, by the way. They are kind of like best. Not here. Let's see. So programming with Geo. No, Geo. See this. You can go to this, go to the playlist, and learn PHP the right way. Okay, this is 3 years worth of entirety of PHP. Of course, I didn't go through it, but this is one of the minds that I found, and I'm pretty sure that this will help you if you are like new to PHP. All right, so what we are going to do now, one thing is that this is done, so let's deploy our application. So for deployment of application, I'm only going to do one thing. In our index.php, I'll simply write php info, and that's about it. Then I'll simply open my terminal. Let's see, where is the terminal? Okay, sure. Okay, it says alt F2 F12, so I have alt function F12, and for some reason that okay, it's automatic. Cool. So now what I'll do is I'll just close this part. First thing first, if you are new, like, how to put it, you see, there's no reason for you to build an entire app. If you're a student, there's no reason for you to build an entire app and then at the end fail to deploy it. The best thing is just deploy your app in the beginning, set up everything that needs continuous deployment setup, and then build your app. And every single commit, you see whether it's getting reflected or not. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So we are going to say git init, and we have a master branch. Then this is our entire thing. So we will also have git ignore. So let's open that particular file using we can go, I have a bunch of shortcuts, but I'm not using it for some reason, god knows why. I think I've messed up a lot of things. Yeah, okay, so here's the git ignore, and here I'll just simply add idea because my idea is just mine. Now again, git status, which is what JS is for me, GS is for me. So now I'll simply add this. So this is git add. Okay, now git commit init php app. Okay, now gh repo create, push this taskify description php app application using custom framework from scratch. Yeah, let's make it public. Yep, cool. So let's go here. This is it. Okay, now I'll also add a little bit of a scratch file, not a scratch file, which is readme.md. Don't ask again. And what I'll do here is php, let's say taskify using php. Again here, init readme.md and gps master. So now if I just refresh it, it's here. All right, now I'll add one more file, create a new file. Here I'll type license, choose a license template. Yes, I'll add a MIT license. This is fine. Commit change. Okay, now I also have a license. So I go here, here's the license. Now this time I'll have to GPL get push pull, I mean git pull, which is master, and now I will also have license. Cool. So this much is done. Now if everything works, That means if everything works, so what I'm seeing here is what I should also see in my render application. So let's go there. I'll deploy web service in my render. I'll do a git provider. Here I'll search for credentials. Let's here and configure in GitHub. Go here, use password, confirm the password. Let's go here and I'll select another repository, which is going to be Taskify, like so, and save. So now I have this. So I'll select this and I'll connect it. This is assuming this is a language of Docker, which is not the case, but let's see what it does. It's a master, yes. There's no root directory. This is the root directory. Docker, there's no Docker file. Let's see what it does, right? It should, because see, I am not able to select PHP. So if this does not work, then we will just completely let it go. There's no variable, just deploy it. Let's see. There's no file and it fails to deploy. So technically there's no way to deploy it. Let's go and check for one more thing. Render PHP deployment. Okay. See, this is the problem. Okay, render example PHP Docker, select Docker. See, I don't have to. Let me just check what exactly is it doing. So this is a file. I have none of these, and this is the start sh. Where is it? Okay, start. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's see. I will create a new file and I'll name it as Docker file. Okay. And the reason why I name it as Docker file, because that's a convention. And there's only one thing that I will do here. I will have to have a from, and this will be, for me, it will be PHP 8.4.3, or let's go with, because that's what we have. Sorry, that's what we have, and it will be Alpine. Okay, FPM Alpine. That's, let me just check. Cool. So FPM Alpine, yeah. So that's what I'm going to do. Then I am going to say env composer allow super user equals 1. See, I don't have composer, so technically I don't need this, so I'll just comment it out for now. What else? We're simply going to copy whatever is in my here, just copy it there, and that's it. Nothing else. I mean, I don't see anything else. Oh, let's see, copy to copy, image config, we don't have it, cmd. Okay, I don't see this thing. Yeah, I don't see this thing. Docker ignore. Let's also have this as file dot docker ignore. Cool. So let's go back. Create. We don't have to. Okay. GS docker file added. Okay, now let's go and master. Now, once I do this, let's see what happens in the event. You see what happened? The moment I connected it, the moment I push that particular change here, right? Docker file added, that started this thing, whatever it is doing, right? This is like auto deployment. So now just that upload succeeded. Okay. So that Docker file is capable of doing this part and ready to handle. Okay. But this is in progress. Let's see how long this remains in progress. Technically, we can go here and see. This is a URL, by the way, where my app should be live if it works. And it should show something like this. And if it works, then we are good to go. If that does not work, then we are stuck. And to be honest, I have no idea like how long it will take. I'll just take my medicine while this is happening. So bad, this medicine. It tastes like God. See, it's not able to work. I don't see it working. Right? So there's no like we can just try and do it one more time. Okay. PHP render deploy. So it's a Laravel thing. So I select the Docker. It is asking for this. Again, I don't have any of these. Maybe they have. Okay. Configure your app to deploy Laravel using Docker Nginx. We are building on PHP Docker image as shown here. Okay. Okay. We can do that. Let's see. We don't have to do everything which they are doing, which is Nginx. Okay, it's conf Nginx. Okay, there's a directory called conf. We will have this inside that, and within that we will have Nginx site-conf. Let's see, Nginx site.conf, and we'll just we have to paste this thing. Okay, so this is a server. This is a Nginx configuration. It basically saying listens to port number 80. Server name is whatever. Then there is this. Then these are the index files. So this is the order. If index.html is present, then these will not be taken into account. If this is not present, then this is the first thing. If these are not present, then this is the last thing. This is where the root is. Send file is off. Disable send file as per this virtual box. And these return this. So anytime there's a location of deny all, anytime somebody tries to go inside git folder, then there's a head, character, location of favicon, things like that. This is the PHP FMF because we are using Nginx, so it requires FPM. That's the configuration here, and then here it is. Okay, so that's one. Then we also have the script, which is scripts, whatever the Laravel script is. Okay, let's see. Let's have a directory called scripts. Technically we only need this, so I'll just stop you because let's be honest, cancel deploy, you are not able to do anything. Finally add a deploy script. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, if I have this, I don't even need the script part. Let's see. If in my Docker I am just copying this, I need to have in the Docker file, it is showing this. Skip composer, web root, script, real IP header. Okay, we don't need this. We don't need this. Is image. Let's have this. Not this per se. I mean, we are not even using these things. God knows what these are. So let's just put these as well. They will fail for sure. And here's the script. See, this is what I meant when I said DX is an issue. By this time, you should always you would be online on Vercel in JavaScript ecosystem. Not kidding. Okay, let's see. And no, this is not a skill issue. That's the entire thing of DX, because I'm trying to mimic what a normal user will do. And let's be honest, normal user will not even know what this is. They won't be able to. The only reason why I'm able to read this is because I have worked for 4.5 years. That's why I know what Docker file is. That's why I know how to read this entire Nginx server. That's why I know what is happening, at least. But I still don't know what is happening. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, Nginx script, like GPS. Let's see, status, GPS master. If this does not work, I'll show you a way to run things in Docker, obviously, but local, because then I don't have to worry about, deploying it on render. I can just completely neglect the render part, and I'll just show you how to do it. Docker development in local. Hopefully that makes sense. Events. And this failed immediately. Yeah, obviously you don't find it. So what I'll do is, I don't need technically what I need is nothing here. So I'll just remove this, to be honest. Modified Docker file. So you get the image. I have Nginx there. We're not using this. That's the entire thing. Should I just have this and just simply run the PHP thing or what? So this is a build log. It's done. Now it's an application log. Hmm. Technically, you also don't have SH, right? There's no SH here either. This is the only SH. And if I go to server, yeah. See this thing? This is saying PHP app. Okay. I mean, doesn't work. I am simply copying everything which is right here to whatever they have. Um, let's see. So maybe I can copy everything that I have to var HTML www HTML. Let me just check. Public. Yeah, just cancel deployment to events, GPS master. Hmm. Deploy a simple PHP app in render. Do we have an article? God damn it. I'm just sick of Laravel at this point. Like, okay. Uh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I have that. Okay. So I messed up that part. All right. I can just simply remove this part. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's see. What I want you to do is build it from here and That's about it. I don't want to host it on Docker yet. Will that be okay? If it works, then it works. Sorry. What he is doing is he's trying to build it. Yeah, that's what I want is this to simply work. It seems like I have to do this. Docker login, Docker push. Then here I have to do existing image. But what I'm doing is using this public rather than that image. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. This is kind of not going to work if I don't do it like this, which is a bummer, I guess, because hmm, let's remove this since we don't need it then. What I'll do is let's try this part, whether this works or not. And this is the last time that we're doing it. Otherwise, it's over. Modified it for the fourth time. I'll cancel this event and I'll just master. Yeah, you just stop. See, if they are the ones building the image, I don't know why I need to be doing what this guy is saying right here. That defeats the entire purpose of linking my GitHub. And otherwise, this is the pathway, right? Hmm. Okay. Other way is, let's see, free to host. This is extremely simple, the good old way of doing things, if I'm correct. Free to host, free website, things like that. Don't care. Just log in. I don't have my account, so what I'll do is I'll sign in with GitHub. I'll provide my access. And now what I'll do is create a new, let's call it Taskify. This is fine. Custom domain, don't want it. Check availability. Account label, let's call it Taskify. Taskify. Username is fine. Password. I'll just do one password. Wait. I'll make it like this. I'll do create an account. Okay, okay. Let me just check. The reason why I'm not opening is because I want to see. All right. So, anyways, what I did is I went to this free to host, created my account, um, simply went with create, created one account. It's pending the status, but it gave me it will give me my username. I already know what my password is. Status, all of those will be given with this, which I can log in. Then in the cpanel within the file, I can just have my folder and that should do it. This is the FTP debate details and things like that. MySQL details, account domains. So we'll see how long it takes. Then it will be available. It takes 72 hours. So we'll just wait for that. What I'll do now is, now this will be fun. So I'll just push this as like his. We will not be looking into this. This is shit. And then I'll remove this and remove this. Cool. So what about this? We cannot do this. So failed. Let's build a framework and deploy it. So we'll start with the Dockerization part now. Since none of that worked, so I'll do the Dockerization part. Docker file is not required here. So I'll remove these two first, like so. Then what I'll do is I'll have a folder called app. Within this app, I'll have this index.php file because my app will live here. Okay. I'll show you what I'm doing. Then I'll have a folder called PHP and my docker file basically will live here. Docker file. Okay. I'll show you what I'll do here as well. Then I'll have another folder by the name of, let's see, Nginx. We are not going to be using the PHP built-in server. This is going to be Nginx. And in the Taskify, we will have a file called docker compose.yaml. And this is what it will do everything. So now I will have Docker desktop. So just install the Docker desktop, go to Docker, search for Docker desktop, you will have it. All right. It's available. I'll close it. So let's start. First thing first. What I need is in the Docker Compose, I'll start with services. Within that service, I will have a bunch of things. First, I will have Nginx, which is a web server. Okay. Then I will have PHP, which is language server, language interpreter, let's say. Then I will have PostgreSQL or MySQL in case you want to have MySQL. because let's go with MySQL. That will be much better. So database, because we're not going with the render, so MySQL is fine. And finally, we will have a volume. Okay, let's go one by one. Our web server is basically a web, right? So I'll name it as web, and it will have an image will come from Docker Hub. So I will have Nginx image, which will be of latest. So now if you go here, you search for Docker Hub. Here in that you can search for Nginx, and this means official. So within this Nginx, you go for tags and see what is the latest. This is the latest tags. So Nginx, this followed by latest is what my image of the web will be. So it will pull it. This Docker compose will basically pull it. The container name, I want it to be Taskify web underscore web. Okay. Now ports. What is a port? Port means where do I want it to run. So I will show you how to do it SSL way as well. So one is 8080, which means when I go to localhost colon 80, this is my 80, which means when I go here, localhost colon 80, like so, right now nothing is there, but I want the Nginx to be available. And that is a port within the Docker. This is a port where we are going to visit, and this is a port within the Docker. And I also want it to have 443, which means when it is HTTPS, then this is the port. Then I will have a volumes, not volume drivers, but volumes. Volumes basically means the file where I on the host, basically I here will do certain configuration, and then you will change that or copy that within the Nginx image, which the Docker will run. Okay. So if I just show you within this Docker, there's no image, there's no containers. So we are here. So let's go first and foremost till this point. And what I'll do is I'll open my terminal again, not this terminal again, clear it, and I'll run for Docker compose up. So basically up. Okay, let me wait for a moment. Yeah, and when I do this, you see it started pulling the web because I don't have the Nginx image for now. So the first thing it will do is it will first have this image from the hub repository. So let's see, it is pulling the image. I will simply allow it. Okay. So now I have the image, and then it will run the container, which is the name that I gave. Taskify is the parent container. Within that, this is what it is running. Now, if I go here, I already have this refreshed, and this is welcome to Nginx. So my Nginx server is just running, thankfully. Okay. I thought it will not run because I am on WSL and there's, yeah. Okay, save this. Cool. So this much is fine. Now, if I have to get out of it, right, you can see that this is like showing everything. So I'll just remove it and it will stop it. So the container is no longer running. You can now run it from here, go inside it, blah, blah, blah. But I'll show you how to do it from here only. So now you will run docker up compose d. This will run it, but now you are detached. So now you have to go inside it. So for going inside it, what you need to do is write something called docker execute or exec it, basically in terminal, and this is a name, Taskify web. So Taskify, not Taskify web, and sh. Now here, if I just do this, I'm inside that Docker Nginx thing. Okay. Now this is where we will start describing our volumes. So let's go with the volumes. First is our nginx, which is this directory. Whatever we do here should be reflected inside whatever the directory of nginx there is. So where is it? So what I'll do is I'll go inside the, not this, etc here. Then the reason why I know this is because I have worked with it previously. Then within that I have nginx ls. Now within that, you see there's a bunch of params. What we need to do is go inside conf.d, and that's a directory. ls, this is the default something. Okay, good. So now here I will create the same conf d colon. This is my directory. By the way, it says it doesn't exist. So let's have a directory called conf d. Okay, now it exists. That's why now we have to just say this etc nginx. Like if I make any changes here, what should change here? Conf d /ro means read only. Then I also have nginx. I'll just make it like this. Okay, nginx. Let's make it 18. Okay, God knows what that let's see, font settings, not this, settings, editor, font, let's make it 18, apply. Okay, so this is nginx certs. This is for that 443. Okay, so I'll do this nginx ssl. In case you missed it, if I go back, and if I go back, you'll see there is a nginx. Here there should be a folder called ssl, and this is not read only. So if I do something here, it should be available here. Good. Okay, now what? Is there anybody here? Chief viewers. God damn it. Okay, so what should we do here? Okay, let's go inside nginx. Let's go inside here, and we will have a bunch of things. So I'll go inside conf d, cd conf d, and I'll cat default.conf. See, let me just show you. This is a default.conf. So I'll just copy this whole thing. Copy this. And here within this, I will have a default.conf. Just paste this part right here. And this is going to listen to our port 80. The server name is localhost. That's fine. And then what I'll have is root of var www html public. Okay, index will be index.php, because we know that we are just building PHP application, not HTML and anything. I don't need this. Then this is also not required. Same goes for all of this. This I need to comment out. Okay. Okay. Now what I want is this thing. And this right here should not be this. It should be what I am going to be naming my so-called application, which means in my Docker Compose, I first need to have basically an app, right? So that means in our Docker Compose, let's also have whatever we name this, I mean the container name. I have named it as Taskify Web. So here I will call it Taskify App. So let's copy this, go here. By the way, this is default. We don't need it. I'm just writing it. I'm just showing it because we also need to have scribe dot like Taskify dot something. So I'll show you that part as well, because that's where the SSL for uh, our site will come up. Okay, this is fine. Then this part after the index, root I don't need. This is fine. This is fine. Now here I will have something called fast CGI underscore param. It will be request method, and this will be request method. Let me just make it like so. Okay, here what we are doing is we are passing the HTTP method to PHP. That's it. Here we are forwarding the request from here to PHP FPM container service, okay, to port this. And this is index, default index file for PHP. And this is basically including the fast CGI params. Whatever we are passing here, we are just including that standard fast CGI parameters. And this is my script file name. And I won't do this. What I'll do here is document. Let me just close this part for now. Okay, this will be document root followed by fast CGI script. If this is too much for you, I understand. Like I said, this is for intermediate people, but this is setting up. I'm pretty sure this will be fun for people who already know PHP. Now, then we will have this denies access to HTTP access. So we will just remove this. We don't need the comment. We'll just remove this part, and this is fine. Also, we will have another location, which will be try files, which will be URI this, followed by index.php, and this will be query string. So this is URL writing for the clean URLs. Okay, rewriting for the clean URLs. So this is kind of it. All right. So this is my first thing. Now within this conf itself, I will have another file which I will name as taskify.conf. This will help us to have https taskify.test, and we will be good to go. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say now. So I'll just copy this default, paste it here. And now rather than the local host in the server name, by the way, I'll show you what that actually did. So if you go here to this and refresh it, this is HTTP. Now if I do HTTPS, it says I cannot do it, right? So I will open this, exit this, Docker compose down. Down. Okay, it removed that, which is fine. I'll just delete this for now. Okay, now Docker compose up D. I'll refresh it. Let's see. Okay, we didn't have the HTTPS. Forget it. So now we will do the HTTPS file. It has to be 443, so we completely forgot that part. What we can do here is we can have that part as well, but let's only do it for our particular service. So that will be taskify.conf. Once we are inside this conf, we will have the same thing here, except here we will have scripts, not scripts, I mean taskify dot test. Okay, the moment we do this, what we will have is, hopefully if I do taskify dot test, first of all I can go to localhost 8080, I mean 80. What if I do here? Nothing I can reach. Okay, because we don't have any app, because this our app is here. Will I'll let you know what that has to happen. But here what I'll do is I'll say return 301 followed by https followed by host quest URI, and that's it. So redirect all the http to https. Okay, now within that I will then have root, and that root will be again var www html public, and then index will be index.php. Okay, location, this I can just move it here, and after that I will have this will have taskify web, this will be this will be fine, this is also fine, and this is also fine. Okay, and this is also fine, hopefully. We'll see. Now I'll just copy this whole thing, because this is port number 80. Remember, we have something called port number 443. Okay, so now for that I will have to have 443 followed by SSL. Okay, this is important, SSL. Now this is fine, this is not required, the return part, this is for above, this is fine. Here I'll need to have SSL certificate, so SSL certificate. Okay, and here I also have SSL certificate key. Okay, so here let's have inside etc nginx SSL slash scripts that test, not scripts, again forgetting, this dot text dot this dot pem. Okay, and here I will have etc nginx SSL taskify dot test dot pem. I'll show you what these are. Okay, this is fine, and everything here is just fine. Okay, nothing to be done here. So this is our taskify setup, by the way. Now what about this certificate? So if you go here, we are saying, look, I'm referring to SSL certificate and key inside this part, right? So I'm assuming that these two will be inside here within the nginx docker. And if you see my docker compose, I'm saying whatever I put inside this in my host, whatever I put here, it should be a part of this. So I simply have to create a cert certificate here. That's about it. So inside here, what I'll need to do is basically, let's install something called mkcert. Okay, so let's see, not this, mkcert. Installation Linux. Okay, so let's install this, come back to this, install this part. Yep, and Then we'll do this. On Linux. Okay. MK cert, it's not available. So let's see what we can do now is so we can have this. We have this right here. Then we will have this. Then we will have this. We are copying it, by the way, this thing. And then I'll just simply remove this thing. Now, do I have this? I do, which is mkcert. Cool. Now what I'll need to do is mkcert key file, and let's go here. Let's go inside Nginx certs. And then here I will have mkcert key. It will be, let's see. Yeah, it will be key file. Then I can have the key file name, which is this. So I'll have this name, copy it here, then have this name and copy it here. Okay. This will be my key file, sorry. And then there will be a cert file. So cert file will be cert/file. And this will be, remove the key part here. Okay. .pem. And then I have to provide the domain. So domain is basically taskifier.test. This is done. Now I simply have to do mkcert install, and hopefully it will work, because the entire point is this is cool. See, the entire point is I'm using WSL, so I don't know what is the proximity of this. Hopefully this is fine. Now this is done, so I'll remove these two. I'll do docker compose d. Okay, now I'll say docker exec inside it. What's the issue? Okay, let's start it. Something is going wrong. Oh yeah, so now it requires that thing, PHP language. So let's go and start doing that part. So for that I will have a PHP language. What I'll call this is app, because that's what our app folder is, right? It can be any name, doesn't depend on the app folder. Container name will be taskify app. Okay, I'll do this building from my Docker file, which is inside PHP and Docker file, right? That's what that Docker file is all about. And there will be a volumes, which will be app, whatever is inside app, make it a part of var www.html. Okay, so whatever is here will be a part of here. Okay, now here inside the Docker file, let's have this workout. So what I'll do is from PHP 8.4.3, let's go with the latest, Alpine. Then here what you need to do is run docker php extension install pdo, because we are going to use pdo, and pdo MySQL because we are going to use MySQL. Then I will have composer allow super user because eventually we will need to use a composer for that image kit. And if this does not work, then we will tackle it tomorrow. I mean, maybe the framework can be done tomorrow. So this is copy from composer, right, to user bin composer, user bin composer. Okay, now copy everything which is inside app and composer and this, right, whatever the inside the composer, to this file there. Now run composer install prefer dist no dev no scripts no progress, don't show me anything, right, no interaction. A copy app to here and then run composer dump autoload optimize. All right, now this I need, this is not allowed, this is not required for now, so I'll just comment these two out for now. Okay, this should be enough. We'll see. Now open this terminal, docker compose up d and dash dash build because we are building from our own end, this build, that's why it is going to build first. And you will see that in the image it has nginx, but it will also have something else now. So it's just running everything, PDO, MySQL and everything. Hopefully it will just copy this thing to there. After that, we don't have composer for now, so we don't require it. Eventually we will have it. And it is started. So we will have this Taskify app now in the images because we build one. In the container we will have this. Now the web is not working for some reason. So if I see the file no longer running, okay, what's the log? Okay, what we need to do is remove this part. Okay, let's remove this part and we'll do this thing again. Now the app and web. Okay, so something is getting messed up, we'll see, but this part is done. Let's go and check what could be the reason for that mess up. So we have within our cert, let's refresh. Okay, so there's, where is that then? nginx certs a. Okay, so there's no mk file, that's why it's not working. Okay, let me just see why that is the case. So I'll go inside this, go inside here, mk cert key file. I have the file. Okay, it says permission denied. So what I'll do is I'll do it using sudo. Okay, fine. So I'll do mk cert. See, it expires 2 years later. So now I will do install. Okay, now I will do docker again, see whether it works or not. Again, it did not work. For some reason, this entire thing is not working. So I do have, within that, I have Taskify cert and that. Then here I have this. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm saying whatever is inside this volume, just have it there, and whatever is inside this volume, have it there. Okay, so let's see. Docker compose upd docker exec. It's not running. Okay. What is the log? Again, I need to go here, go to details, log. Okay. Okay. So it will be, let's see. I think I'm messing things up here. So I'm doing the nginx conf d. Then I'm saying here conf d. And then this. This is also fine, hopefully. Let's go to this default, because we were able to make this work just fine. Maybe we don't need this. Okay, it should be like this. And this should be like this. Yep, that's the issue. So here also, if I'm correct, it will be this and this. This. Let's run it again. Now it's working. Cool. So now that that works, let's test it. HTTP like so. Okay, that didn't work. But let's go inside this as exec, and we'll see what is inside etc nginx ssl. We have our files. Okay, that means if I change here, it goes here. So that much is good. But now our file is not working for some reason. Maybe I should remove this. I'll remove this and I'll remove this. We'll see. The moment I change this, okay. Taskify test. So this says it's a bad request. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't. Okay, this is fine. This is my Taskify web. Hmm. And here it is Taskify app. Yep, that's wrong. So it will be Taskify app. This will be Taskify app, this will be Taskify app, and this will also be Taskify app. Web is basically Nginx, so it's like doing round trip. So now if I just go here to Taskify.test, I have to bring it down. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll exit, compose down. Yep, come back, go here, compose up D. Now if I go here, refresh, Taskify. Let me just check whether, pretty sure something is getting messed up. So we do have this. URI. Okay. Then this is what it is. And we have PHP. We are saying Taskify underscore app. This is Taskify test. Okay. This is a request method. Script file name, which is document root, followed by fast CGI script name, fastify CGI, and then I'm listening to this, followed by this, followed by this Taskify test. This is my key. This is fine. This is again app index request. This is fine. There's no issue here. There's no issue there either. This will be uh, let's see, maybe I'll make this as app just so that the default is not messing up. I'm pretty sure that is the only explanation that I can have, default messing up things. So I'll make it like this. Here in the services, let me just check again. So there is a service, the web, this is Taskify web, ports is fine, volume is fine, then app will have Taskify app. Yep, this is fine. Then there's a build that will happen from Docker during our development. Then here it will be app, whatever is inside this app, just make it a part of this, and that's about it. So what we can do is we can just test one thing. We can say execute Taskify app, and here we have this. So if we just run this thing, it's possible to run it. So let's see, cat index.php, and yep, it is the same file. So if I change the file, you'll see what will happen. So if I, it's real-time change. So if I say this, now if I go and just do this, it's hello world. So if I run this PHP index, it's hello world, right? So it's a real-time change. At least this is working. So why is this not working? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is also working, which is good. So that is fine. Hmm. Let's go with inspect network. Okay. So uh, this is what we did. So our nginx file is just fine. It's no issue there. Um, we'll see. Technically, our this is also working just fine. So if I just open it like so, localhost 3, it will have bad request. Yep. So what will happen if I have it at 900? Yeah, that is already in use. So localhost 900. This is already in use. Okay. So I'll just get out of this. This is my web. This is my app. See, it's stuck at the same thing, which there it was. So if I just bin chs, okay, status, it is running. CPU memory usage, blah blah blah. So there's no issue per se, except that we are not able to get to it. Hmm. That's funny if you ask me. Hmm. So apart from this app, we also have DB. So let's see whether DB is going to work or not. So DB is basically our MySQL. Let's have everything work and then we'll see what we can do. So for the MySQL, it will be image. It will be MySQL. It will be like what? 8.4. Yeah, this should work. So 8.4 is a MySQL container. I will have as Taskify database, and then volumes will be basically MySQL data defined by Docker. It can store anywhere to make it persistent. Within that, it will be here inside MySQL lib. I think it's data like so. We'll have to check once. uh, Inside MySQL like this. Then it will have ports. It will be 3006, 3306, 3306. It should restart unless stopped. Keep on restarting. It will have an environment, not entry point, environment for our. So we can have environment file. We can just supply environment. This is not what you need to do in production, but this is what we have. So what we'll have here is something like this. So it will have MySQL database. Let's call it as Taskify. Then it will have MySQL user. Let's call it as Taskify. MySQL password. Let's call it as Taskify, right? Then at the end, we will have in the category of service, you can say in the same hierarchy of service, we will have volumes, and let's define MySQL data like so. This is this definition. Okay, nothing else. And we have to make it like this. Cool. So now open it. Docker compose down. Docker compose up D. So it's also going to pull the DB. And if everything goes right, we should be able to at least connect to this database, which will have a Taskify thing. And for that, I do have table plus, don't we? No, we don't. Okay, we'll see. Okay, it started. So now what I'll do is I will say double shift. There I will have database explorer, not this. Database session or services. So let's see this thing. Here I will have, let's see. So you just remove everything here first. Okay, What I need is a database. Um, so this actually has a plugin called database. Let me just check database tools and this. So I just simply need to run this part. Database, language and framework, SQL scope. This is the database. Query execution, database and viewer. Uh, let's see. Hmm. Database. Okay. So this is the database source which we need. And this is MySQL. Now here what I'll do is name is going to be Taskify local. This is localhost. This is fine. By the way, this will not work. I'll let you know why. This will be Taskify. Taskify. Let's copy this, paste it here, paste it here. And let's download the missing driver. You can use Table Plus, you can use Admirer, you can use PHP MyAdmin, you can use whatever tool you want. I'm just using it here. Okay, let it download. Hopefully everything is working fine. Hello. Yeah, at least these are working fine. Hello. Yeah. Okay, hello. Yeah, something is actually going wrong here. Um, just trying to figure that part out. What could be the case? Because I am using this container app, which is Taskify, and everything here is fine. This right here is also fine. Okay. So this part right here, let's start. So we have a service, we have Nginx, we're saying it's Taskify web, which is fine. Then we are defining the ports, which are fine. Then we're defining this, which is also fine. Okay, let's make it like so. Then we are saying app, which is Taskify container app, and building it, serving it. Then there's this MySQL container volume. We are fine with this as well. And then there's a volumes which might get data. Then we go to Docker file. Here I'm saying I'm getting this. Then I'm installing this. Run, compose, or the app composer it here. Copy it, compose it, and this is also fine. Then the only thing that makes a little bit of issue seems to be with these Nginx files. So if I go to Nginx with the default configuration, I have this. Let's not have this. Then I have a server name, public, index. Okay. This is fast CGI pass. Then this is index.php. This is also fine. Script file name. This is root, document underscore root, and fast CGI script underscore name, fast params. Then it tries, let's also deny this, remove this. Then here it is location, try the files like so. Okay. Then we have scripts, basically Taskify. Here I am listening to server, which is this, then it is this. Server name is this, Taskify dot test. This is a return, then this is a root. This is the root location, it tries the same thing. This is the app, which is container name. Index request method is fine. This is also fine. This is also fine. Then I am in the SSL part. I am listening to this. Server name is this. etc nginx SSL. This These two are fine. Root index. Maybe the root should not be this. Hmm. Okay, now even that is just gone. Hmm. I think I'm messing up something extremely small. Okay, so the file is not found. Hmm. Okay, this is my index.php. Fair enough. Where is it even looking? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Like this should work. There's no other explanation. Okay, let me just see. Um, Docker, WSL, Nginx, uh, localhost. Why not? Let's see. Can we ping it? Remove it. So this is PHP build Docker file. All right. Hmm. Wait. Um. Wait. So once I have this, okay. The reason why that is not working might be because of this host thing. So if I go here and I go with the hosts, I have this, right? So at the very bottom, what I'll do is I'll also have this as taskifier.test, and then I'll also have this as taskify.test. Okay, sudo host. Very bottom, I will have this as taskifier.test, and this as well, taskifier.test. Then if I go here, taskify.test, now at this point, if I'm correct, there is this issue. Hmm. WSL2 Windows issue. I have a Windows 10 home on a computer. File. Okay, pretty sure this is the reason why this is not working in the WSL scenario. Mm, okay, now this is working. The local host is working, which is weird. So if I now change this to PHP info, Now this is working just fine. Sorry. So what could be the reason why this started to work? This is localhost, which is going to scripts uh, taskify.test. Okay, but this is becoming weird. Maybe I need not have this either because there is no public file there. Taskify.test. Post down. Okay, run it. Doesn't work. Let's have another local host that will go to this and it will not work. Let's compose up the build. It's here. Hmm. Okay. This is so. What if I just remove this part? Down, up. Hmm. Down this thing. What I'll do is I'll create a backup part of it. Not BAK. So this is not required. This alone should suffice. So, uh, build. Hmm. Okay. This is not making sense much. Down this part. What I want here is Taskify app only because hmm, this right here is a part of this, right? So I think what's happening is I have to have a network, otherwise it will not work. Because if I hit the local host, then it is going to this part, and then it is like, deploying this part. The container name. So if I go to containers, there has to be something. Mm, let's run that container first. So I have this app. Okay, so this is localhost. That's why it is working like this. So if I go here, it is not going to work. If I go here, that's working. If I go here, then that will not work. Right. Because my local host 12 something is going to that net, which is followed by this. Hello, just joined. Okay. Are you having issues? Look at your Docker Compose file. Also, you should. Hi, Mr. Magnetic. Um, Also, you should run PHP container prior to Nginx container. Okay. So this depends on on that part. Okay. Can we see your Docker files? Yes. Here's my Docker file. Mm, needs to be taskify for Nginx to route that host name. What is the name of the PHP container? Nginx needs that name. Yeah, PHP container name is this taskify app. Therefore, Nginx container is, for me, it's taskify app here as well as here, and I'm porting it to 9000. Okay, here's the Docker Compose file. You're using a custom container name. That's fine. Your app needs a port. Mm, yeah, the ports I'm actually passing here, which is the Nginx port, rather than that particular port. The Docker Compose Nginx container needs support. Yeah, this is the web, which is Nginx. So it is a port, which is either 8080 or 443443. This is WSL. I think something is messing up that connection route from Windows to WSL to Docker Engine. Yeah. So what I am thinking is something is going here. I think I need to make this part that depends on, so that PHP first runs and make the network as whatever the network is, and it has to be bridged. So this guy is passing PHP, which is this PHP, but since I have named is it as container name, so I'm just passing that container name instead. And he's doing the local host. I'm doing the taskify.test. And I have a volumes scenario. Let's see if I do the ports like so. Then here I can have the networks as my net driver, can have a bridge. Uh, I add my custom domain to the host file. Yep, it's definitely that routing from host to WSL. So if I open my CSL, if I say ping, say https taskifier.test, this will not ping localhost. Mm, okay. Uh, Network is bridged. Pretty sure it's about this part. So, how to access service running on host from this? Okay. Sorry about that. If you heard that cough. Um, let's see. Copy the IP address from the following. Okay. Connect to Windows server using the copied IP. Connect to any Windows server using the copied IP address. The picture shows below shows an example. So you need to inbound connection. Docker daemon on WSL. Apparently point to WSL gateway in WSL. not the actual host window. You can still run your services on the host. See, the problem is I can have the local host work just fine. It's the it's this part which is not working. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's the entire issue. It's it's Windows to WSL to Docker. So that's the route that is not working. That's why this is working, though it says it's not secure because it requires that. So it requires the name to be this. So if I just change this name, hmm, like I don't want, why I want to make this work. So let's see. Maybe I can do this. I can go to chatgpt.com. Let's see. So I have this file, Docker Nginx. I am using WSL2. I cannot access https dot taskify dot test. I can access localhost just fine. Also, my WSL2 etc host file content is this. It is. Okay, let me just do these things and see what happens. So Okay, hello, hello, hello. I'll show you the entire thing in a minute. I think I figured it out. Um, Here's a Docker compose. Okay, um, I think we are back. So, a couple of things. One, there was an issue with the Windows to that part. So, what I have to do was I had to go to the host file of my Windows, um, which is in Windows, I mean C drive, Windows drivers, System32 drivers, etc hosts. There is this thing called Docker automatically adds this. It's a gateway. So in the same IP, I simply had to type my name, which is taskify.test. That's about it. And then I can close this. Then when I try to go to taskify.test, it actually worked. So the way I know it works is that if I just close everything and go here and just type echo hello from taskify and replace it, now it is working just fine. But this is the issue. This connection is not secure. Turn off warnings. For some reason this will keep on happening. So the certificate details, if I see, it's issued is fine, validation is fine, details is here, field value is fine, right? For some reason this is not becoming as trusted. So I went with the basically ChatGPT help. So what I did was gave it my nginx file. It told me a bunch of things. Then it says ensure this is there, which was there anyways. And it said figure it out. I didn't do it. What I did was check the firewall rules again. Didn't do it. Didn't do either of these nor these. um None of that. Okay, because I already knew this is already working. So let's see if I am right here. So if I just copy this, paste it, it works, right? So then I said, okay, this is my Docker internal entry. So yes, it told me that yes, you can do this, and then you can restart. So the only thing that is left is restarting. So I'll just make it down. So I'll just make it as down. Here I need to make sure that this is not the case. Same with here, I don't need this. I'll do is down, and then compose up debuild. Okay, yeah, okay. Now if everything works fine, then this should be fine, and it works. So if I go here and say exclamation, I'll just make it big, refresh exclamation. So this is working fine. The issue is I don't like this part, not secure, right? Even though my certificate is part, so not part of certificate for some reason. Common name, fair enough. So I also asked WSL the same thing. I mean, ChatGPT is the same thing. So that worked. All of these are working just fine. Now this is the issue that I asked, which is error. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. All of these are fine. I mean, permission denied is not an issue. It's not secure. I can access the web now, but http this taskify.test is shown as not secure in Chrome browser. It is not the case if you have Mac, by the way. None of this has to be done in Mac. Check or invalid partially working. So if I go here, details, click certificate invalid or valid if it's partially working. Okay, let's do this. So mk cert ca root. So that's where the root is. Now I don't. What's this? Um, so I will go to my where it says to go inside users code testing and then certs, which I just created. Where is it? Okay, where did I create this thing? So I have to create a new folder called certs. Mhm. Remove this file, create a new folder, call it certs, then simply make this cp certs. Go here, go here. Let's open this thing now. Double click install certificate. Okay, so I will go here, click on it. Mm, okay, so what can't double click? Double clicking, click root ca.pem doesn't show install certificate as it asks for program to run. Okay, so let's go with this. Rename this to CRT. Install the certificate. Local machine. next, next. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll try Firefox. Do I have Firefox? What about Edge? Do I have Edge? Yes, I have Edge. Still the same. Okay. At least this is just working fine without any issue. There is still not secure thing which is coming up. So it did say that I have to restart the entire thing. So let me just do that. I'll copy this part and go back. Also, we'll have to go back here. Then I'll do this. Will open my kick. Go to my own channel, create a dashboard. Okay, so that's one. Then here I'll go to Twitch, code testing, and this is where I'll go. Bring it back. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Good. Let's see whether this will work or not. Okay, at least there's no, problem of permission. So that's fine. What about Microsoft Edge? If I do taskify.test, no issue there either. Cool. So at least this one is working fine. Now that completes our setup for local development. Right. Now the issue then becomes, like I mentioned, we are not going to go and deploy anything. So let me just open Excel draw. So this is done, not on the separate branch, but for the local development. Let's make it here. We will set up Docker for local development. So that once we have the VPS, we can change a few things in that Docker Compose file, and then we will ship everything. That will be a video next time. Hopefully everything from here to here to here will be a video of next time. We will Docker it. No, we will Dockerize. We will Dockerize it. We will Docker. We will make the Docker Compose ready for production deployment. And by that time, if I get the access of Oracle, right? Oracle VPS. So I might just show you how to deploy it. Okay. And then this will be new one, the last one. Cool. So these are done. Let's start with this. I want to go ahead and start with this a little bit. Okay. Cool. Uh, so just a revision what we did. Well, first and foremost, we have an app where our entire app will run, which is our PHP. We have our Nginx, which is mimicking the Nginx Docker uh, image container where the volumes are being mimicked. So anything we are adding here is going here, right? Then we had our app, which is the name. Each of the container name is what we actually see here while they are running. And then also the DB, which is MySQL. These are not something that we actually do in the production, but for the development, this is fine. And this means I allow the Docker to take care of persisting my data using this volume wherever it defines it. Right. So anytime I doc compose down and compose up, the previous data still exists. So that is that. And then I have Docker ignore, which ignores all these things, env and everything. Then I have git ignore, which is the same thing. I can just have the same thing if I want. For now, it's fine. And the readme is there, license is there. Within the PHP, it's a Dockerized file where I'm getting the Alpine image. Then I'm getting running the extension installation of the extension, because we are using the PDO as well as we are using the MySQL of it. Then we are allowing the composer, right? Composer. We are copying whatever the composer file we have, which is basically saying these two. And then we are running the compose file because the lock is there. Then whatever is like here is the only thing that will be installed. Then we are copying everything else from this app to there, which also again include this, which is fine. And then we are saying composer dump auto reload optimized. Okay, so now everything, all we have to do is work on this. So first thing that I'll do is I'll open this. I'll just add this and I'll say oh, permission denied. Okay, so what I need to do here is within this, within the Nginx, I'll remove this, the third part. So now I should be able to add it. Okay. Yeah, that's understandable, but I'm not trying to add this. It's inside the git ignore. This is the real development. Everything that you think will work doesn't work. Okay. That's why I like to do live. Hmm. All right. Mm, what I will do is let's remove this whole thing. also don't need to exclude this. We need not have it as like, this is also excluded from the search. And here we have this. Now it works. That's fine. So also we don't need this. So let's include, mark it as excluded. Let's call it as app/vendor. This is also not required. Need to remove this part first. So what I'll do is, let's open code, because that has wonderful tool, which is this thing. Just get out, scanning the folder, scan it. I'll just make the changes like this. Then I can go back. I can have check, check, check. Now it's fine, right? See, that's why I like code. I'm pretty sure there's one here as well, get one, but completely forgot the command as well as how to do it. Now I'll just simply commit it. Setup Docker local development environment. Okay, that's fine. Now I can just push it. One thing that I like to do is, because I know render will not work, so I will go to the render, go to my dashboard, come to this part, and simply go to settings, down, 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 down. This will be removed because it's not working, so there's no reason for it to be present here. And I will do open GitHub. I will go to Taskify, and then I'll go here. What I'll do is I'll go to README just in case, and let's have this using Taskify. Taskify like so. This is an app where users can upvote or downvote the upcoming video ideas that is created by the creators. Okay, that should be it. This much is enough. Then we can have features. Features will be, let's see, auth. Then it will be task. Users can register and log in. Users can upvote the ideas. Users can download the ideas. Creator can create a dashboard. Creator can add the ideas. Creator can edit the ideas. Creator can delete the ideas. Users can discuss on the idea. No, this is not required. This will become too much for this small thing. This should be enough, right? So Users are required to so technically what I want is users to be having this auth and everything first before they can do anything. Okay, depends. Cool. uh Here we go. Readme updated. Now I'll do this. So if I just go back here, this is fine. Cool. And license is already there. We will have it depending on how the entire thing works. Okay, that kind of like works. Cool. So now what? Now let's go inside the app, inside this HTML. And I think I'll do it tomorrow because it's going to be a complete thing. What I want to do is start from the basics. And like I want to first draw out everything, like how I want things to be in the LX Excel draw, and then I'll just jump on it, right? So let's do that today, and tomorrow I'll just jump on the entire thing. Cool. Okay, so what do I want? Well, here's what I want. Here's the structure that I want. Okay. Let's see, folder structure online. Pretty sure there's a tree. There we go. Okay, so here's what we want. We have an app, right? This is where we have everything. So within this app, I will need a public folder. Within that public folder, I will have a PHP index file, right? The reason why I will have a public folder is because I don't want anybody else to interfere with any other folder that I have other than the public, right? So everything will route to this particular folder. Hope that makes sense. And within this, I will also have favicons. So it's a directory, right? Or you can say I will have assets and favicons. So assets, favicons. Cool. And then here I will have favicon, let's say ICO. It will be a bunch of files. After that, outside of this public, I will have a core folder, which is where all our core will be, right? These includes a bunch of classes. So that will be, say, app. It can be authenticator.php. It can be container.php and other things, right? Like database.php, file uploader.php, because we are going to be using file uploading thing. It will also have nano ID generator, let's say. So nano ID generator is basically going to use so in our table we will have an ID, but then we will also have a public ID. So our ID will be, let's say, integer, so that it is better for indexing. But then we will also have public ID, which what we are going to use for routing and things like that. So that for that it is nano generator ID, nano ID generator class. The reason, so this is what Planet Scale does. So I just picked it up from them, right? Then we can also have response.php, router.php is definitely going to be there. Then there will be a validator.php. These are our core. Core means something which is, how to put it, something which is not a part of our application per se. It is something that I can extract out and make a part of a framework per se. Okay. Then we will have HTTP. So everything that is, and by this time, if you are somebody who have worked on Laravel, you understand where I'm going with this, right? This is kind of like the entire thing. So within this HTTP is our part, which means what we are trying to build. So it will then have controllers, models, and views, right? Those are the part of, let's say, HTTP. What else? It will also have, say, middlewares, and it will also can have uh, libs. Now we can have libs as separate, doesn't matter, but it is a part of our process, right? Let's have the libs as separate itself. Cool. Now within that controllers, let's see, within that controllers we can have a bunch of controllers. One will be related to auth, one will be related to our tasks, right? When then we will have a bunch of files, which is index.php, which is where we are, and let's also have 403.php and 404.php and whatever, right? Now within that auth, again, these are controllers. I'll basically help you understand what these actually means. There can be login, there can be logout, there can be register, right? And each of them will have their own index.php, and then we will follow the same nomenclature that we follow use in Laravel. So in Laravel, it's store.php for any sort of post request. Okay. Now for the logout, it's just index.php, and for here, index.php, store.php. You'll see what all of these actually does. Now in the task, right, that's what we are actually doing. So here we will have the index.php, which is our basic view, get view. But apart from that, we will have a bunch of other things like, so say I want to do a post request. Say I want to do a destroy or delete request. Then if I want to do update, right? So update.php. If I want to do let's say single view, so that's show, right? Then if I want to do creation of single create, right? So it will be PHP this. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then there's also edit.php, right? You can see all of these that actually we are going to be looking into. Then here also within the controllers we have like controllers, that's fine, but then we also can have views, right, which I showed you. So views will have their own things. Apart from controllers, we have models, then we have views, then we have middlewares, and all of these will kind of like work out. So in terms of middlewares, it can be auth and bunch of other middlewares, right? Auth, guest, and things like that. So yeah, so this is the entire thing that we will be looking into. Cool. Okay. Maybe I can start few things here. Let's start with the public. This is my public. I'll just take this and paste it right here. Okay. And here it will be at the very top. The first thing that you should be doing is session start. Right? Session has started. This will help us a lot later. Then we will have something called base path, which will be dr followed by this. So that means our base path is this public slash app, basically slash public dot app. So basically we are back to app. Okay, that's our base path. And then within this base path, let's have a directory of libs, and within that we will have, let's a function of functions.php. Let's open the PHP, and for that, right now, let's echo functions. Okay, so here we go. We will require the base path, and here it will be libs dot functions dot php. And then within this functions dot php, let's have a helper function. That will be better. So it will be, say, base path, and this will take whatever the base path is, right? So it will start from the root. That's what we are trying to do here, nothing else. So say these are basically saying a bunch of helper functions are going to be there. So it will be, let's say, path, which is going to be string, and it will return my base path followed by whatever the string I'm providing. That's it. So now if I go back and start with this thing, so I can require now the base path, because remember, I have the function here. Now I have the access of that particular base path things like functions. Now I can say lib, let's have a JWT PHP. Let's have, again, we will need to create a JWT PHP because JSON web token is required for, let's echo the JWT.php. Also here, let's echo functions.php. This is just going to show us everything. So add a string. Yeah, this is fine. So now base path, what else do we require? So I always have within the libs, I always have this thing called PHP constants, because I like to have my constants. Let's have not this. So these are basically constants which I'm going to be using pretty much everywhere, right? Let's see. Good. Here I will have echo of constants, and the way to define constants is that you say if define is not defined. If that is not the case, then let's say 1 hour in seconds. If this is not defined, then you define 1 hour in seconds, right? And then whatever the value is. So this is going to be 60 into 60. In case you don't know what this is for our JWT access token, and this will be our JWT refresh token. 30 days in seconds, and this will be 16 to 16 to 1 day, which will be this followed by 30. Okay, so this is our constants, and JWT is going to be another thing which is, we're going to look into it. Now once this is done, what we want to have is, so anytime I use a class, right, I want it to be auto loaded. For that, there's a function. So let's say there's a database class, there's a core class, there's an app class, and a bunch of things. So I want that part to be auto loaded. For that, I can either use autoload PSR4 using Composer, or I can just create my own. So there's this thing called autoload, SPL autoload register, that will have a function that will take a class. This is an lambda function or anonymous function. This will be taking a class, and that class will have a class path which will explode for me at / separator followed and whatever the class is, then the class path of 0 equals str to lower. So this is what I will be doing. Class path of 0, right? I'm making it lower. The reason why I'm making it lower is because I don't like to name my folder in uppercase. Hope that helps. So it will be small core, right? As we saw here, it's core, but the classes will be capital letters. So that's why I'm making it lower. Then I'm going to load the class, which will be imploding same separator followed by the class path, right? So say it is something like this. Say it is like this, some class. So it will come here. We will explode it using this. Then it will become like so. Then we are lowering this, which is right here. And we're saying, okay, now implode it again and make it as core slash class, right? And then basically I'm saying the class is str replace, not repeat, replace this with directory separator, right? Directory separator, because depending on what operating system you are, I'm trying to replace this part with whatever the directory separator is, and then I'm going to pass a load class. Okay, that is now going to be my class. So this will be replaced with either this in Windows or this in Unix. Okay, and then I'm going to say, once I have this, then require the base path of that class followed by PHP, because then it will be that particular file. So now when I use any class, this will be auto loaded. So that's my base thing. So now let's require another base path, which I will have libs, and this will be our bootstrapper.php, right? Or it can be bootstrap, doesn't matter, bootstrap. Okay, let's go, and within this libs itself, I will have a new file called bootstrap. And within this bootstrap file, what I'll have is a very basic things. So think of this as, for now I'll just echo it bootstrap. Tomorrow I'll make you understand what this is all about. So technically what bootstrapping will do is, we will require from the configuration a database thing, and it will be one-time declaration of database connection. That's it. So anytime there's some sort of connection happening or database is required, this will be doing that part automatically. Hope that kind of like will make sense by tomorrow. Okay, now see what will happen. Say I want to use a core router, right? So let's go here. Let's create a new directory called core. See, that's what I meant. And here I will have a class of router, and this is my router class, right? This is in capital because class name is capital. So no. So what I'll do is I'll have a private routes here, and then there will be a bunch of functions. For now, what I'll do is I'll just have a construct so that we can echo router.php. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. I'm just defining few things, and when I'm in the router, it says namespace is core. We have to make it as big, right? That's why the namespace, I'm making everything like big here, but it's only the directory name which is small. That's why we did all of these things. Anyways, so now I will have to use the core followed by router. The moment I did this, then this will come into effect. This will make it small, this will make it directory separator, and then this will automatically call small core, whatever the directory separator is, followed by root router.php file. Okay, and then I can have router equals new router. This will call that constructor, and then I can have routes. Let's say this is require base path equals libs dot routes dot php. So let's go inside the libs file routes dot php. Okay, then here it will be, let's say, URI, uniform resource identifier, or you can have URL if you want. So let's say parts URL, right? It will be server followed by request URI, and this then will give me the path. Okay, so I'll just echo the URI as well. So you can see what is the case here. This will be BR. Then let's have a method. Method will come from post. And so post is basically, so think about this way. So in normal parlance, what happens is that in normal HTTP, we have anchor tags and then we have forms, right? Anchor tags, which is basically get request and forms, which is basically post requests, right? Now in the REST format, we have get, post, true, but other than that we also have delete, put, patch, options. This is automatic, header, head, automatic, we don't care, but we care about these things. So what we have is basically that anytime there's a form request which is of method post, we will have input of hidden with the underlying method of delete or put or patch. Make sense? So that means this part will come under, in PHP, this. Okay, that means what I want is if this exists, then that becomes method. Otherwise, whatever the server request method is, which will be post for us or get. Okay, so this will be only get or post. This will be, if it's a post, then this, and this is the new syntax, null collision. And then I will have router, then this will have a route to function which will go with URI and it will go with method. For now, what I'll do is I will go to the router and I will have this function route, which is public function because I'm trying to call it from outside. Route to, it will have string of URI and it will have string of method, and I'll just open it like so: URI followed by URI followed by this method followed by method. And that's about it. Okay, so we will have this as, yeah, it returns void for now. So I don't need to have this, and this should be enough. So let's see what happens, whether this will even work or not, right? Because technically speaking, we are inside the public, right? If I'm correct, this will not work. Why? Because in the nginx, in the confd the taskify, we remove this public. So let's see. If I go here, file not found. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll go here. We will add this public, and here also we'll add this public. So now it will go to app. Everything inside the app is here, but there is a public, so it will be public. And what we will do is now is docker compose down, remove it, docker compose up, debuild. Technically we don't require that build, but yeah. Okay. I should be able to see in the creator dashboard, right? Yeah, this is the right screen. Anyways, so now we can see that we are able to see all these things. So okay, so first thing first, I have to remove this. What I'll do is in the functions, I'll have another thing called function dot dd, which is a function from Laravel. It does do and die. So print and then die. That's what it's. So it can be PD, but that's doesn't sound good. Okay, so it will be value, any value, and it will be echo of pre, and it will be var dump of whatever the value is, and then echo of closing pre. Now you do the die, but for now, let's not do it. What we'll do is we will remove this part from here, and we will utilize this here, and we'll call it as functions.php. Okay, then we will go back here, and in the JWT, rather than echo, we will say dd jwt.php. Then in the constants, rather than doing this, we will say dd constants.php. Okay, then we have bootstrap. So here let's say dd bootstrap.php, followed by a router. So here it will be dd router.php, and finally this is just fine. So refresh, and here, to be honest, we can also have the whole thing here as dd like so. For now, let's add it like this. We will remove it. So this is the entire thing. So we first run our public index, where it first loads the functions, then it loads whatever I have the next, which is JWT, then the constants, then the bootstrap, then the router, and it is in routes.php file, which is, let's see, where's the routes.php come from? So okay, we forgot this part, so let's go to routes.php. We will also have routes.php. Whatever we have there, this is the routes.php file, and then this is my method, which is this. So if I just go and say hello world, you see the URI actually change. But in PHP, what happens is if the page does not exist, it goes to the home page. So that's what it is happening, at least for now, until we have 404 and things like that. So this is our index file. It's been too long. So what I'll do is I'll continue this thing tomorrow, and hopefully, and we will complete it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last of this, and then um, I'll get back to, is this working? Yeah, I'll get back to Nest.js. Nest.js is what I was looking into, so I'll just get back to it. Cool. Hopefully this is fine. So this is basically us saying, look, this is my session, this is my entire thing, this is my blah blah blah, and but this is basically me saying now it begins. This is the way of writing, let's say, a framework from scratch. So we will write everything first, and then we will start. So we will build the framework, and then we will do the taskify or task thing. Cool. And that's about it for today. Thank you for watching. Take care. Hope you're all doing well. Bye.